So he will come today?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I think hopefully by the night.
So after I graduated in 2020, so after 6 years almost, yeah, I'm here. Long time. So how many students in Mobisec nowadays?
For PhD is
Oh, okay.
for master.
And you and one of the guy I meet downside,
Yeah.
you and Yongo.
Do you?
Yeah.
I think one.
One. It's so first of all.
Okay, Yongo, his name is Yongo.
Yeah.
He's
There is
from
a
Jeju Island.
yeah. It's a for he has also a master, right?
Yeah, yeah. He's from Jeju Island.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And first of I think is the founder.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the first of us. Because his wife is pregnant.
Yeah, yeah. Yongo, I know. He was when master student when I was.
And also my friend from Indonesia, Bali also.
Oh, but yeah, I meet him. And Unyong, Unyong is part of.
Also already graduate.
Yeah, part of.
Yeah. He graduate
Okay. So have you been in Sunsunyang Old University?
Yeah. So he don't want to work there.
And you meet with Vishal Sharma also? No? Did you meet Vishal? Vishal is also professor in UK, Belfast. Okay, then I will come around 15.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
Test. What are the marks of your? Do you calculate marks how to check? Hello? No. Hello? No, no, no. No, no, no. Hello?
Morning. Morning. Hello. Hello. Test, test. Okay. I just make sure the Zoom output is connected. If someone plays you will heard. Uh,
Test 1, 2, 3. Test. So let me. I upload this one by one. Yeah, with that file. So you can access it.
the password, right?
Yeah, with
also in Mobisec. I know him from last many years, 6, 7 years, last year.
So this area
Hello. A very good morning to everyone. My name is Gaurav Chaudhary, and today I am the session chair for this artificial and intelligence. Let's welcome our first paper. Okay, so let's invite our first paper for this session. So the first paper will be the understanding consumer complaint dynamics in the electronic vehicle market, a text mining based approach. So the author will be Eliana Kim. Okay, so now floor is yours. Please take the charge. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elena Kim, and today I'm presenting the work called Understanding Consumer Complaint Dynamics in the Electronic Vehicle Market, a Text Mining Approach. As the chart shows, global electric vehicle shipments have increased rapidly over the past several years, growing a compound annual rate of 45%. In 2023, sales reached about 40 million units, and the upward trend continues to grow in 2024 and 2025. The major drivers of this growth are China, Europe, and North America, with manufacturers such as BYD and Tesla leading the global market. Among these regions, China is experiencing the fastest expansion, supported by strong adoption and product capabilities. Overall, the data indicates that global EV demand is accelerating and is expected to continue rising in coming years. Recent EV safety incidents also have raised concerns about underground parking. In 2024, a hotel in Hangzhou restricted EV access, and in Incheon, apartment fire affected hundreds of households. Hotels argue the narrow underground spaces increase risk, while EV owners worry the blanket bans could limit adoption, especially in urban areas. Overall, these cases highlight growing attention to EV safety, parking infrastructure, and the need for clearer policy support. The study focuses on negative online reviews in the electric vehicle market. Our purpose is to identify the main drivers of consumer complaints using text mining techniques such as sentiment analysis, topic modeling, and concurrence analysis. Through this approach, we uncover issues related to technical performance, usability, and reliability, and suggest directions for market improvement. Based on this, our research has two questions. What drives negative EV complaints, and how can these complaint factors support innovation in EV technology, service quality, and policy development? In the introduction part, the slides summarizes key prior studies on electric vehicles. Existing research highlights that while EV have higher upfront costs, they provide long-term economic benefits. Global EV sales continue to grow rapidly, while China now accounting for over the half of the world market. And other studies emphasize the technology perception, acceptance levels, and user experience, and also satisfaction, strongly influence EV adoption and post-purchase evaluation. Overall, these findings show that both economic factors and user perceptions play central roles in shaping EV adoption. Studies also show that consumers show attitudes toward EV, and these attitudes are shaped by factors such as brand image, charging and battery technology, government policy, and user experience. Text mining approaches reveal recurring themes of satisfaction and dissatisfaction, including safety, service quality, and comparisons with traditional vehicles. Other research highlights emotional barriers such as range anxiety and price sensitivity. Overall, these works indicate that consumer dissatisfaction also arises from multiple technological and experiential factors, reinforcing the need for deeper text mining analysis. Research consistently shows that consumers place strong importance on range, cost, infrastructure, safety, and reliability, and dissatisfaction in this area is widespread. Public anxiety about. Hello, my name is Elena Kim, and today I'm presenting the work called Understanding Consumer Complaint Dynamics in the Electronic Vehicle Market, a text mining approach. As the chart shows, global electric vehicle shipments have increased rapidly over the past several years, growing a compound annual rate of 45%. In 2023, sales reached about 40 million units, and the upward trend continues to grow in 2024 and 2025. The major drivers of this growth are China, Europe, and North America, with manufacturers such as BYD and Tesla leading the global market. Among these regions, China is experiencing the fastest expansion, supported by strong adoption and product capabilities. Overall, the data indicates that global EV demand is accelerating and is expected to continue rising in coming years. Recent EV safety incidents also have raised concerns about underground parking. In 2024, a hotel in Hangzhou restricted EV access, and in Incheon, apartment fire affected hundreds of households. Hotels argue the narrow underground spaces increase risk, while EV owners worry the blanket bans could limit adoption, especially in urban areas. Overall, these cases highlight growing attention to EV safety, parking infrastructure, and the need for clearer policy support. The study focuses on negative online reviews in the electric vehicle market. Our purpose is to identify the main drivers of consumer complaints using text mining techniques such as sentiment analysis, topic modeling, and concurrence analysis. Through this approach, we uncover issues related to technical performance, usability, and reliability, and suggest directions for market improvement.
Can you?
Based on this, our research has two questions. What drives negative EV complaints, and how can these complaint factors support innovation in EV technology, service quality?
Yeah, because audio problem. But there is actually sound in here. Yeah, yeah. No, I can set up this.
China, Europe, and North America, with manufacturers such as BYD and Tesla leading the global market. Among these regions, China is experiencing the fastest expansion, supported by strong adoption and product capabilities. Overall, data indicates that global EV demand is inspection of this area is widespread. While the design of unlock boxes are better results and limited charging functions also remain a major concern. These complaints have led to play constructive hope. They push industry towards commercialization, better charging infrastructure, and improved quality systems. In this section, the key concepts of our study are presented. The first one is online consumer reviews. And online consumer reviews represent a major form of electronic order
Thank you so much, Elena, for very nice presentation. It's a very really it's a really interesting topic, and nowadays EV market is growing a lot in the whole world, and we are more looking on the sustainable things, and such an approach which emphasizing on the reviews and the collecting the data, and on the basis of you are following the policy enforcement and refining the some technical innovations. That's really nice. So you took a very nice and deep topic. So I have a one concern, because when you are talking about a lot of complaints, so did you also think from the privacy concern? Because we talk about the whole world, if you talk about the Europe GDPR compliances and another rules, they are also coming with the privacy concern. If you are putting some complaint, and with complaint you are giving the information about the vehicle battery informations, or some kind of serial number, and sometimes you also binding your informations. So have you also touched that part, or if a privacy can be also look into that matter? So I want to know your opinion on that.
So in our study on in its current state, we haven't like the privacy concern as a separate like topic of exploration. But yeah, like keeping that we are keeping in mind, because like as we mentioned, like the primary version is like not the final version, so like we are in constant upgrading of the work. So I do consider that privacy is one of the like important parts of the future work direction. Yeah.
And one more question regarding what's your plan for extending this study? What's your future plan? Do you have a plan to formulate a framework, or do you want to look into the policies? Do you want to go for technical side of EV vehicle? What's your plan to extend your this review into a technical segment, or what are the future work?
Sure. The problem with the EV vehicles is like the adoption level all over the world are different. So like our future direction in work lays in basically exploring more markets. Like because Reddit does not present the whole market. But also Reddit is aggressively concentrated in the US market. So for example, like China isn't actually like one of the biggest manufacturer. Yet we couldn't yet due to language barriers we couldn't explore it. Yeah, really massively. So our future direction in the research is bringing more causality to the research, because now for its current state, it's more exploratory than causal. So we would like to bring some DTM, so like we would like to see the differences between the emotional like shifts before and after the application of policies, or maybe some media event that being spread on the news. So like how that would shift the adoption intention.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Let's invite our second paper talk. The optimizations YOLO for accurate car parts segmentation in automotive industry applications, by presenting by FX Hendra. Uh, so let's welcome. Thank you.
Wait.
Hello.
Good morning, everyone. Uh,
Yeah, thank you, Hendra, for very nice presentation. And it's a very interesting topic, optimizing YOLO for accurate car part segmentations. So I would like to know if you have explored the another data set for the better results, and because as you mentioned in the initial slide that this data set has a 12,000 samples. So did you have any chance to look into another data set? Okay, so let's move to our next session. The next paper will be the enhancing explainable AI in healthcare through blockchain enabled immutable federated machine learning, and author will be Muammar Sheriar. So let's give a floor to Sheriar.
case of blockchain automation, accounting basically introduce a blockchain or audit trail. Here's how it works. It creates the explanation output, generate a asset between hash and print explanation. So the hash on the blockchain. This signal immutability, tampering and traceability of both global and local explanation. This flows follows the full pipeline from local repository to the final verification process. This step ensures privacy, explainability, and immutability all within a single unified system. Here we show the classification results for the correct answer dataset. Our generated laboratory achieves a high accuracy. Our generated laboratory achieves balanced precision, and also we call at 4 classes. We demonstrate that even a light spherical force can perform at near conference level while keeping patient level local. In the breast cancer global feature important, we can see that this figure shows the global population reporting key distinction features include texture, area, and longevity. This insight aligns with clinical imputation, demonstrating that the model is learning meaningful histological pattern. In case of local explanation, local light expression varies on how the model arrives at significant precision. This line of visibility includes individual clear face level classification for each output, improving trust and making the system more clinically relevant. Now, let's go to the diagnostic integration. For the diabetes dataset, published reports identifies BMI, test-wise, and also the blood pressure as the most effective prediction. These results highlight that the parent model capture the key medical indicators consistently with clinical literature. In case of local event variability, here we see a light-based explanation for a specific patient instance. It clearly shows which input factors push the prediction higher or lower, making deviation precision truly transparent. This slide shows example of effective hashes for how explanation are read. Every local explanation produces a unique hash that is infinitely stored. This ensures traceability and prevents tampering. In case of the blockchain method, here we can see that the smart contract deployment. The contract ensures that all explanation hashes are recorded and transferred immutable later. This completes the trust layer where institution can verify every output the system generates. In case of comparison, the stable comparator framework reduces time. Compared with square work architecture provides both global and local explanation, and blockchain verification uses a lightweight canonical generated urban model architecture, making strong accuracy and privacy. Overall, they provide a more balanced, equitable set of clinical information. To conclude, we propose a fully integrated system that combines generative learning, scalable AI, and blockchain. Our concept includes parameter evaluation, interpretability, security, and auditability, while maintaining strong predictive performance. This unified design makes AI more trustworthy and clinically viable. In future work, we aim to further scale to more growth and more diverse datasets. It integrates advanced enzyme methods such as HAP and transspectral resolution, extend the framework to multimodal medical data, perform deeper threat modeling and robustness testing. Also, develop a decentralized application to test it more. This will further enhance the reliability and deployment readiness of our core model. This slide gives the key scientific references that support our methodology and analysis. I'll be happy to answer any question. Thank you. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Seriar, for very nice presentation, and it's really interesting topic. So you achieve very nice result with the data set. So I would like to know, like, did you consider how big data set? Because when we consider 4 layer, different layer, then performance maybe sometimes there will be a issue. Did you consider that segment also? ADR, can you hear me? Yeah, I will repeat the question. As we have seen the performance thing in your slide, so as you mentioned that you have included 4-layer architecture, so there will be a question that how the performance will also affect when we consider the 4-layer segment, because all the 4 segment, when you talk about the expandable AI as well as blockchain, and each layer include some kind of performance latency or delay or something, that kind of thing, when we talk about the cybersecurity. So have you considered that segment also? That's great, and I have seen the last conclusive slide about the trusted AI also. So do you have any like a plan to include in your future work about the trust score or some that kind of segment which include the trusted AI in more like a compact way? Okay, yeah, thank you so much for very nice presentation and talk. Uh, okay, let's move to our next presentation. So the topic is data-driven innovations in cybersecurity for e-business information systems, a case study on the CV report generations via LLM. The author will present the paper, the Arcangelo Castiglionia and Francesco Colec from the University of Salerno, Italy. Okay, so this is the last talk for today's this session one. So let's invite our next talk, the human-centered e-business system based on the situation awareness, a contextual framework driven by the AI. The author is Francisco Colleg from University of Salerno. Thank you everyone for making a very nice session on AI. Let's conclude today's session 1. Thank you so much for your attention.
we have not. So yeah. So you can just, you can just later, yeah, play from the start and you can read. Okay. I will get you later. Okay. Okay. Yes. You can just, to navigate this, you can just press right and left. Okay.
Oh, left, right.
LLD, yeah, left,
Oh,
right and left. Okay.
oh,
Only this one.
left, right.
Fun if not
Can I see? I need to see,
Ah, you
from
need to
here.
see. Okay.
Much better. Just have a duplicate screen.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm.
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
Perfect. And then just left, right, left, right. Yeah, very good. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we start. Okay. Hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. Today is my great pleasure to chair this session on applications, and it's my great honor to be a part of this international conference on e-business information system evolution. And without further ado, let's get started. So for this session, we have 3 presentations. Number 1 is from myself. Number 2 is from Gyeongsang National University of South Korea. And the third one will be from Hong Kong Metropolitan University. Now, let's get started. Okay, so for this presentation, it is actually a collaboration with my colleagues, Dr. Cindy Chong, and Dr. Debbie Liu, and myself. My name is William. So we would like to explore the role of digital management capability to shape the ethical leadership and its impact on ESG using this theoretical foundation, so-called dynamic capabilities. So just to wake you up, do you think these two lines are of the same length? Yes? No? Actually, no. Just to wake you up. Because in the good old days, we have been told these two lines must be of the same length. But actually, no. Just to trick you. Now, as we all know, especially nowadays, with this information influx, so the importance of integrating digital management capability with ethical leadership is critical to achieve ESG objective. Leaders, especially ethical leaders, it is very important. Yeah. So what do we mean by ethical leaders, and how can they foster a digital culture? So we would like to address this. So this research will examine how digital management capability would enable ethical leaders to advance their ESG objectives, because it requires strong ethical frameworks, robust understanding of digital tools and strategies. And for this research, we apply dynamic capabilities. So what is dynamic capability? It means the capability to reconfigure and respond to the environment. Yeah, as we all know, there is limited research on individual level capabilities driving digital transformation, especially among SME, small and medium enterprises. Yeah, most of the research, the existing research, focuses on the large enterprises. So for this research, we would like to focus on the SME and explore how the owners and the decision makers of the SME manage their digitalization initiatives effectively and ethically. So our research question is, what are the specific digital management capabilities and how they can enable ethical leaders to effectively achieve ESG, environmental, social, and governance objectives in the digital era? So this is our conceptual framework. Yeah, this is our digital management capability, DMC, and this is the ethical leadership, and this is ESG, and these are our control variables: gender, age, education, and organizational tenure. How long they are? They have been with the company, and we have 5 main hypotheses. Number 1, we hypothesize that DMC would influence the ESG performance, and number 2, DMC would affect ethical leadership, and number 3, the ethical leadership may affect the ESG performance, and then number 5, DMC will moderate this relationship, okay, and number 4, this ethical leadership would moderate this DMC and the ESG performance. So 5 hypotheses all together. And we did a survey with 370 SMEs. They are mainly located in China, so Chinese SMEs. Yeah, and then we apply a SAM PLS analysis method. So based on analysis, all 5 of the hypotheses are supported. Fortunately, yeah, all of them are supported. As you can see from here, the DMC is positively related to ESG and also to ethical leadership and to ESG performance and so on. So, and the R square, Q square, okay, and all others are measures, they also fall within the acceptable range. So the result is quite positive, yeah, and we're happy with that. And more importantly, what are the theoretical implications? So this study will examine the role of ethical leadership and digital management capability to enhance ESG performance in SME. Yeah, and then ethical leadership. Yeah, this is something that is missing in the literature, because digital DMC, okay, digital management capability will affect the ESG performance, but without ethical leadership, okay, to mediate the relationship, yeah. Then it is a key challenge, because just like the AI era, nowadays, yeah, with the use of tools like ChatGPT, okay, and all others AI tools, yeah, how can we ensure the responsible use, the ethical use of these AI tools? And therefore, the ethical leadership is very important in this regard. And also, we found that the moderating effects, especially the increased digital capability, may amplify the impact on ethical leadership and ESG outcome. And also, leaders with strong digital knowledge, yeah, they may leverage these digital tools, okay, to achieve higher and transparent ESG and things like that. And it will help facilitate ethical consideration into their ESG strategy development and implementation. So this research contributes to theory as well, because we utilize the dynamic capabilities, especially the individual, the micro foundations perspective, to illustrate how ethical leadership can achieve ESG performance, especially in this digital era. So we have extended the macro foundations perspective to include human-specific, especially the individual perspective, which is critical for digital transformation. So in short, this research highlights that ethical leaders act as role models and communicators of values, fostering an ESG compliant culture. And in terms of strategic implications, ethical leaders, they should leverage digital management capabilities to embed ethics in ESG strategy development and decision making. And ethical leaders should also reinforce the dynamic capabilities, micro foundations frameworks to understand the intersection of ethical leadership, digital skills, and ESG performance in SME. Okay, so like all research, yeah, our study also has some practical implications. So we suggest that we should focus on leadership development. We should invest in programs that enhance both ethical leadership and digital management competencies. Yeah, so the leaders, they should be trained, okay, about the importance of ethics, okay, the ethical use, the responsible use of these digital tools like AI and ChatGPT. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, I'm not a big fan of Apple, that's why. But I know Apple, the visualization is always better. Okay. So key takeaway, we should embed responsible and sustainable practices through trained leaders, okay, to help align technology adoption with core moral principles. And limitation, like all other studies, this research has some limitations. First, our sample are restricted to Chinese SME, so which may affect the generalizabilities. So the findings may not apply to Western or other cultures. And also we apply survey, which is a cross-sectional design. And then is a self-reported data. So yeah, these are the limitations. So for future research, future research can apply our study and test the generalizability in other cultures or regions. Okay, yeah. So we are focusing on Chinese SME, so they may apply in other countries SME and compare the differences. Usually, such comparison study will have more significance. Yeah. So feel free to email us if you would like to do a comparative study. Yeah, we have all the instruments, research instrument, survey question, and everything. Yeah, your job is just to do another study and compare the findings. So that's all from us. Yeah, and I would like to thank my co-authors. Yeah, because they are the main contributors, and I'm the presenter. All right, any questions? Or comments or suggestions? And this is my contact. Yeah, feel free to email me for the research instrument and the survey questions. Yeah, I believe this is an easy research, a low-hanging fruit for those who would like to do a comparative study. You can just repeat our study in your home country, okay? And then we're happy to send you the data set as well. Then you can do a good comparative analysis. Yeah. Okay, if no other questions, let's move on to our next presenter. So now we would like to invite our second presenter, Dr. Soo Min Yeon, to present her research on resolving ambiguity in pointing gesture using contextual reasoning from large language model. Yeah.
Hello everyone, my name is Soo-min Yeon from Gyeongsang National University. Today I will be presenting our paper titled Resolving Ambiguity in Pointing Gestures Using Contextual Reasoning from Large Language Model. In this work, we propose a new system. Our goal is to solve the ambiguity of pointing gestures. This is still a big task in human-computing interaction. We solve this by using the reasoning power of large language model. Have you ever pointed at something and just said, "Give me that"? Humans understand this easily with just a hand gesture and a simple word. However, for robots, this is very difficult. Just looking at the finger, it is hard to know exactly what it is pointed at. Also, voice commands alone are often unclear. This causes ambiguity. Previous studies tried to solve this with special equipment or by focusing on a single modality, but these methods have limits in the real world. So we designed a system that works together. It combines the LLM's common reasoning with the spatial information from pointing. When a user speaks and points, the system splits into two paths. First, the pointing module finds objects physically pointed at 3D space. Second, the speech module uses an LLM to guess what the user wants based on context. Finally, these two streams are integrated in the modality fusion module to pick the best target. Let me explain the method. This is the pointing gesture. First is the pointing gesture. We used an RGB depth camera to extract a vector connecting the user's wrist and elbow. This allows us to calculate the arm's angle and position. However, sense have noise and people don't point perfectly. So instead of a simple line, we used an extended cylinder model. As you see in figure 3, we made four circles, Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q max. If an object is in the center circle, Q1, it gets the highest score. This helps the system find the object even if the user's pointing is not perfect. The key point is we don't just check if an object is inside. We calculate how close it is the center. Figure 4 shows how wasted are calculated logically if you point carefully. The target is usually in the center, so we used method of overlapping waste. Object in Q1 get the highest score, while object only in the outer edges get slightly lower scores. Then we normalized these scores to make the total sum 1. This is important because we need to match this scale with the LLM's probability scores for a fair comparison later. Next is the LLM-based contextual listening. To find objects with using only text, we used prompt engineering. Look at the example in figure. If the user asks how much battery does this have left, the LLM thinks step by step. It doesn't just match words. It reasons the must be an electronic device and ask what device do people usually check for batteries. Also, for stability, we post the LLM to answer in JSON format. This gives a specific number for the waste for each object. Finally, the fusion stage. We calculated the intersection of the spatial waste list and contextual waste list, then sum their scores to decide the final target. This is powerful because they help each other. Even if the pointing fails and there is no intersection, the system has a fallback mechanism. It will pick the best object recommended by the LLM. In other words, language helps when pointing is bad, and pointing helps when language is unclear. To test this, we set up a realistic experiment. As shown in figure, we placed 19 objects on messy desk. To make it harder, we included duplicability items like 2 laptops and 2 phones, or 2 mouse and 2 pens, something. This means context alone isn't enough. We also made object overlap to make pointing difficult. 10 participants gave 350 comments, creating 3,500 data points. Before the final test, we optimized our settings. We tested 5 difficult cylinder sizes from R1 to R5. The result showed that the R4 setting achieved the best top K accuracy. accuracy. It handled sensor noise well without including too many wrong objects. For the LLM, we compare four models. Gemini 2.0 Plus shown the best reasoning, so we chose it. Using these optimal settings, we tested the full system. Compared to 5.3% chance of randomly picking one out of 19 objects, our system achieved an accuracy of 32.87%. This is a big jump over 12 percentage points higher than using only pointing or only LLM. This proved that multimodal fusion leads to meaningful performance gain even in complex environments. In conclusion, our research shown that robots can understand users better by combining LLM reasoning with physical pointing. We confirmed a synergy. Language narrows down the list and pointing picks the specific target. In the future, we plan to further enhance the system by integrating additional non-verbal signal such as gaze tracking. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Any questions or comments? If not, I have a question, yeah? First, congratulations. It's a very interesting research. Excellent. Yeah, I'm just curious, in terms of practical implications, yeah, can you suggest or highlight some practical implications? So what, from the research for practice?
Practical
Implication. So what, yeah. So how can the industry apply your findings? Yeah. Yep. Okay. Like how industry, can apply your research.
Even if on industry environment or something machines and messy place, there are something a robot has something error things or searching or using to search or I okay.
Your research can resolve ambiguity in complex environment. Okay, and limited age group. Yeah. Yeah. So in terms of generalizability, like all research, we would like to generalize our research.
Yeah.
So how can we improve or enhance the generalizability of this research?
If use more camera or something, we engage a full or something, you choose rooms or outer environment. So yes.
Okay, I think I got your idea. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty much from me. Any other questions? If not, let's give a big hand and encourage our new participant. Thank you so much. Thanks. Where's the microphone? Got mic? Yeah, good. Where's the microphone? Use this one. Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Kinsey. Today I would like to present a topic is a preliminary study of RAG for sensitive web path discovery in web-based information systems. Yeah. Okay. The general idea is normally we in the traditional way, okay, when we like to discover some web application vulnerabilities, okay, there are a lot of cyber attack nowadays. You will heard a lot of news. Actually, most of the attacks start from the web application. From that company and become the initial attack factors. So the research is focusing on the how we discover a web application vulnerability by the starting part. What is the starting part of the web attack is sometimes we will discover some of the sensitive page on the web application, such as the login page, such as some backend page. So a lot of hackers will discover that kind of targets first, so that they can more easy to attack to the system. Our research question is, can our robots.txt, I will explain it later, is a file that contain on the website public available that contain a lot of information. I use this and combine with RAG approach can compare it with the traditional word list brute forcing methods. Is this more effective? Okay. So the research finally we combined the public robots.txt, create the RAG pipeline, create a vector database. Then we use some of the website for testing. Use the website, put the website inside the RAG pipeline to see if the RAG can more effective to generate more keywords of the URLs, and then request the web find a real sensitive page. So more background information. Web application is sometimes web application always been used in a lot of situations, such as e-commerce, such as networking infrastructures, critical infrastructure, etc. And then a web attack basically can case data leakage. That there's some data being stolen, financial loss, and then not only for the data, if the ransomware attacks, something like such as will case the company have some reputation damage, etc. We have some standard. Yes, when we're talking about the web attack, we'll always mention OSWAP. OSWAP A1, A2, A3, etc., which is indicating different type of the web attack is created by non-profit organizations. Yeah, and then we call this in the academic terms, okay, we call it access control vulnerabilities. Okay, access control vulnerability, which included in A1, A5, A7, and A6. There are others vulnerabilities, but not in our topics. And then, yeah, and then as mentioned, that directory or an endpoint discovery is very critical for a hacker to discover the web vulnerabilities. There are some example. There's a lot of example actually, but I just picked two. Just a recent news I found this morning, and then there is an attack for ICAO, which is I think it's government parties, and then leaked a lot of the PII, personal informations, which why? Because the website being attacked by the SQL injection. Okay, what's SQL injection? It's normally a hacker discovered a login page, maybe an admin page, maybe or some developer page that can use some tools to put some malicious code then read the database. We call it SQL injection. The key point is the hacker need to find that page. Okay, you find this page. And then another attack, McDonald, okay? Everyone know McDonald. Have tools called MS Hire, which MC Hire, which is a tool that for storing the employees' informations. And the reason of being attacked because they set the password to 1234556, the old school vulnerability, right? But and then the hacker find an admin portal, the admin login page. That then they use the 1234556 to log in, then download all the information from the website. So you can see those attack method is not something really high technology, but they also have a common way to do is discover the admin portal. Okay. In the traditional way, how can we do this? In traditional way, we can do it by fuzzing. Okay, we can use some of the we can use some of the file we call word lists. Try one by one. Okay, the word list may have thousands, millions of words, and then we need to have a program, and then to try combine the words, every word, and send HTTP request. Therefore, there's a large volume of HTTP requests will be sent, and then there's casing a high level course. You can consider just like a DDoS attack, and then if the victim, your target have some the detection, firewall, SIEM, etc., they will obviously have alert, and then they will call the police. So the research is can RAG could house in more effective to doing this. This is a traditional way. In the traditional way, there's very lot of tools you can find on the internet. You can have a tools, put your target, put your word list. The word list maybe is some the word that already combined with the software delivered to you. And then after that, they will send the request to the target. The word list is a common word list we call, not specific for the target. So there's a lot of words, a lot of useless words. Okay. The key idea is we use robots.txt. What is robots.txt? Robots.txt actually every website has it. It's used for in the normal way. In the normal way, it's used for telling the search engine. Okay, I'll put the other page first. It tells the search engine how could the search engine search the website more effectively. You will identify some of the words that we call allowed. For example, homepage, the function page, blog page. Tell the Google, for example, I have this kind of page. Please record it in your search engine. Another way is disallow. Okay, disallow is the search engine telling the search engine, please don't include in your search result. Okay, so that file will contain some of the disallow records that actually the page that the website owner doesn't want to disclose to the public. Yeah, there's some example. Disallow admin, internal API. That's kind of a page. Normally, we are storing some of the sensitive or internal information, and my case be the vulnerable. Yeah. The installation showing that compare with you can see the right one. If we use the robot.txt to turning the search engine, okay, which page you can read, which page you can reach. For example, admin, private tab. Normally, this kind of words means that storing some of the internal information. If I store it in the robots.txt, Google will not read it. Okay, Google will not read it. So actually, I have another research for use with LM, SLM, etc. And then the research now is using RAG. Comparing with the LM approach or RAG approach, first, I would like to use RAG to generate the word list instead of the traditional common word list. Okay, depending on the website, firm website target to tailor base for her. And then so that we hope that can more targeted and low noise means we can use less resources to do our fuzzing. It's the same as fuzzing, but we have the more effective word list by RAG. So we considered using the LM, fine-tuning the LM before. Okay, but actually the AI, the computation power is very expensive, everyone know. And then also, but if you use prompt, only, I mean, just draft some text and send to the LM. There was some lot of the error message. Some of the page, some of the website for last website, there's 1,000 of URLs. If I put it to the LM together, the window size may not enough, etc. There's a lot of issues. So I'd like to propose if RAG is an effective way. They mainly have a three stage. The stage one is collecting the enough data set. The stage two is to convert the data sets to the vector database for RAG. And then the stage three is the RAG process. From query the RAG, combine it, become a prompt, and then to test the generated URL is effective or not. So actually, the vector database for the RAG, we use the log of robots.txt. We've extracted the disallow entry, and then we use this become the k-mean cluster. We apply the k-mean cluster to select the 10,000s of the worst most frequent. Why? Because actually I collected nearly 4 million of the robots.txt from the internet. There's a lot of files, so we need to select some. Some of them is invalid. Some of them is deprecated. Okay, so I would like to query the unique records. So I use a k-mean cluster and then to query the top 10,000 of words, and then to query the related file of the 10,000 of words. So finally, I select the 10,000 of robots.txt, which each files contain the 21 of the disallowed URLs to become the host vector database datasets. And then also after I select those robots.txt, I cloud that's the 10,000 website to collect the existing normal web URL. I mean, the website not only have some URL that with the admin, with the backup, etc. portal. It also have some normal URL. Okay, the blog, the homepage, etc. So I just collect it also. And then to combine all the information for as a prompt, then yeah, I combine there's a prompt, and I mentioned that some of the robots.txt invalid. Yeah, so the invalid example is something like, for example, the right side, the file wrong, the file putting I don't know what is that, etc. So fill out. The RAG, after I created the RAG vector database, we use GPT-4o Mini, and then to carry the combined prompts, and then to capture the result. In the prompts, not only for the URLs from the website and the robots, also we use some of the we call role-based and field sort prompting. Give them some example. We call field sort, and then we ask the LLM pretend become the hacker, pretend a server, pretending web application framework, to let it have more information on what the website look like. I hope that can make the result more accurate. And then we also let the LM generate the URL, keep generating URL in a loop until reach the specific numbers. And then, yeah, the new generated URL, if find it valid, then I will let them look back into the prompt to the LM for generate further more URLs. So that's a loop. So a typical HTTP response code, how we determine is the response is a test success or not. We use the HTTP response code. Everyone knows 404 is mean not found, right? 200 is valid response, the normal one. 403 is forbidden, means you wish something. You wish something. But the application software say you have no permission. That's we return 403. And then the 500 is means you wish something, but you miss some parameter in the URL or the website haven't been completed, etc. So it cannot process internally. So you can see it's 200, 403, and 500 all considered as true, because you really wish something just based on what you input and have some different situation. And then the 301, 302 is a specific one. Sometimes we have the website which a page or which a URL, we direct to go back to a home page or something else. Depending on the application framework, it can be a lot of situation. So I consider a false positive. So the evaluation data set for the method is to I selected the 200 website, retail and marketplace, the real website, and then but the website selection has some criteria that lead to have at least the 10 distant URLs. Okay, this means 10 different functions. They are a large enough website, and then I capture the URLs from that website, similar to how I capture the URL from the data set, the training data set, and then normalize the parameter in the URL. Then ask the RAG to query the generate the new URL, see if is this how many of the URL can be correctly generated compared with the validation data set. Also, I designed two baseline. The baseline is the traditional one, the static dictionary enumeration. Use the top 100 URL from the most frequent words from the RAG database. Or another baseline is the ULM only. Okay, just ask the LM, but not using RAG as a reference. You mentioned it, the confusion matrix. Okay, so the most important part is the number. Obviously, the number is indicating the average number that each domain can the number of URL can correctly be matched. Okay, the true positive is 200, 403, and 500. You can see, if we use a RAG approach, we can have the greatest number of discovered URL. Compared with the static dictionary, and which is very, very low. Okay, very, very low. And then using the LM, the prompt only LM, Comparing with the static dictionary, which it is have some improvement, still has some improvement, but not best as the RAG does. So we obviously also improve that whatever the accuracy, precision, etc. Yeah. So our key finding is the RAG approach is outperforms both for the baseline and the prompt only. And then the robot.txt seems to be the good source for this kind of research. And then, yeah. And there are some of the limitations. Simply say, for example, I just mentioned this, 301 and 302, there's a lot of situation. For example, the one of the situation we call soft 404. That means you have reaching a page that not found, but the web server not returning the 404 to you, but if return a custom page that, oh, you can't find this page, etc., blah, blah, blah. That kind of page in a HTTP protocol is a 200 response code, which means if I use the program to detect it, the program will treat it as a successful wish, okay, which will casing some error. So this is one of the limitations. And then and some of the further word for example, my another research is doing if we can use the SLM instead of query the GPT, researching a model, or we query in different way, or we evaluate for specific targets for some of the, for example, some of the specific open source software, and then diameter parameter basis on the generated output to create some feedback and then to make it the fuzzing more effective. Yeah, in summary, yeah, the just mentioned, the public rewards.txt is good. Increased the discovery efficiency, and finally reduce the brute force, the overhead. Yeah, and then that is hope that the research could help when we're doing the security audit or pen testing, we call it, for final vulnerability can more effective. Okay, that's all. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, very good, very good. Excellent, excellent presentations. And any questions or comments from the floor? Yeah, I have questions. Yeah, first, very good presentation, very detailed. If you can go back to your baseline,
Which one? About what?
The next one.
This one.
I forgot which slide. The very last few slides.
Very fast, okay.
Okay, the F1.
F1.
Okay, okay. Here. Maybe can you explain your key findings? You know, so how can the industry apply or adopt your key findings? Yeah.
Okay. Actually, that's good questions. If you remember, we have traditional two samples. Yeah. In traditional way, we only use the static values. Okay. Static values. These are tools the industry always use every day. So the key finding is we replace this part. We no need to use the common word list anymore. We no need to use the word list that's only that decided for all type of application, but using the RAG design approach, we can create our own word list for the specific target. So when we're doing the real attack, we're pen testing, and no need to generate that much number of the requests to the target. So that is a contribution.
I see. Very good. And what about like research limitation? You know, can you highlight some of the research limitation?
Research
and
limitation.
possible future research for it.
research limitations. Okay, research limitation because the research only detecting the or determine the successful way by using the HTTP response code. But sometimes because of the application framework, because of the technology used by designing that website, they may not follow the academic standards of the HTTP response code, and sometimes your case, for example, returning the page that is actually not wishing anything, but give me the response code in 200 means it's found something that will affect a bit of the number of the research result. Yeah, the future work is combining different kinds of another LM or SLM approach. There's a lot of technologies, and then I will study one by one, see if we have more effective way to more improve the number, and then or test more specific targets. For example, the e-commerce targets, open source target, etc. Yeah.
So that's the question there.
Come. Okay.
Oli, thank you for your
Yeah.
Okay, very good presentation. So I like it because I also study about this topic, right? So,
Thank you.
So your presentation is about preliminary study about RAG generation for sensitive web path discovery, right? So I just want some confirmation, right? So you generate discover the web path in some website, right? With the robot.txt, right? Based on robot.txt. So do you check only for the get method, or also there is a post method?
Sorry.
Because when you checking the website, in the path, right? So you only consider the get method.
Get method. Actually, I should all use get method. Get method. Use get method.
Only get method. Like
Only get method. No post. Because post sometimes post always be for use for form submission, or I need to request something sent to the website. But in this research, I only focusing on the reaching the endpoint, the availability. So I consider the 204.03 and 500 both are true positive, because if the website is only have post methods, but no get method can be reached. Sometimes you can still reach it using get method, but return because you have no data fitted, so we return the 500s. So, but in this result, I still consider a true positive to temporarily solve the issue. Yeah.
And also for the get, so maybe some URL, there is also some parameters like following the URL.
Yeah, normalization or normalize. If parameter, I just normalize all of them with should be number and string. That's two typed. Yeah.
Okay. That's only my question. So I believe that you will extend this resource.
Thank you very
I will
much.
wait for your result. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, that's the end of our session. So I guess the next one will be the lunch, lunchtime, yep. At third floor, lunch will be at the third floor. So that's all for this session, and thanks everyone, and thanks for your excellent presentation. Thank you, bye-bye.
too much busy period, you know. I came only for 1.5 day. Tomorrow I will leave in afternoon.
Really? Work.
Yeah. On 19 there is exam, so I have to be physical there.
So you're currently doing college teaching?
I am an associate professor, so 50% teaching, 50% research. So only one subject I used to teach.
So what's your current research?
I'm working on the drone security now.
Is it an extension to your research in the
I work here. I was doing research on the anomaly detections and misbehavior detections for
I
the.
think I read some of your papers.
Yes, me and Philips are together with the one of the like a project from the Virginia Tech,
Yeah.
IIT. So that's the rule-based behavior detections. So then Philip moved into the healthcare,
Yeah,
more on
the
the trust,
APS.
for more on the trust and like a insulin pump and these things. And I was moving to the more cyber physical systems, like a drone, robots and these things.
So right now you're doing drone on 5G, 6G?
Not 5G, but earlier I used to, like, because professor you has a multiple project, so we have worked on a lot of things like a lot of and like 5G, different, not in the specialized version. But nowadays I'm focusing on the same intrusion detection systems and also communication technologies. So we are also looking at network slicing for the dedicated military applications. And
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask about military applications. So I see it's kind of interesting. Actually wanted to try doing drone.
yeah, drones and robots. Robots like especially now on top trend because for all kind of segment like healthcare, agriculture, now military because Europe is facing the war between Ukraine and Russia. So drone and robot like two important segment.
I see. So right now you have partners from.
Yeah, I have a collaborator from mostly from Europe, but in the paper collaborations I'm doing the professor too also sometimes.
Brother Philip is more on the computer system.
Yeah, most on the, and now he's also working with the machine learning. One of the paper we collaborated with the Filipino language also. The student developed something.
Yeah.
Detection mechanism for that.
It's kind of interesting.
So are you also PhD student or master?
No, masters. Yeah. So I am currently doing the same study, the pulse wave station detection.
No.
On the key side.
Yeah. Last year also I think so me and Philip collaborated with the fake station.
On the network side.
Yeah.
I read it. I kind of have like the inspiration from the
Yeah.
paper. So
Mostly that part is done from their university, like San Carlos.
yeah.
So how frequent you visit home? Once a year, twice a year?
Once a year, yeah. So I think I'll be going back this 24th.
Christmas, yeah.
Going back and then come back here on January.
So you also Cebu, belongs from Cebu or?
My hometown is not really from Cebu, but my school is in Cebu.
Okay.
Yeah, same school with Professor P.
Okay, San Carlos.
Yeah. I sometimes visit his lab.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think once you go to Cebu, you can visit his lab.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I have a plan to go Philippines, but not now, because like when we graduated, me and Philip and one of also my common friend, he's also in Laos.
That was
He is in Laos National University. Lot of invitations, but I'm not able to make a time.
So right now, do you have your own PhDs?
Not now because I got a fund. We had an opening. Then I quit university and I joined as a DTU. So I quit all the project and everything. I have a 20 masters and bachelors.
20 masters. Wow,
Yeah.
that's a lot.
Big team.
All in the same laboratory.
Yeah.
How big is your lab?
Huh?
How big is it?
I don't have a lab because I keep it open structure at the moment. We have a common lab for all sections, like a hacker lab. University, DTU. Yeah, that's top in Europe, number one.
I see. It's kind of big.
Yeah, you can take a picture. Connect you to my email or phone number.
You have a LinkedIn, right?
Yeah.
We'll connect with your LinkedIn.
Next time I will include a QR code.
Next week. I think there will be lunch.
Yeah.
You haven't.
Tuesday I don't eat. I take only dinner.
Ah,
Today I'm following a intermediate fasting.
really?
Yeah. For many years. Cebu is very beautiful. I remember last time I went to
Yeah, but not now. It was. It had recently had like a typhoon,
Ah,
so the whole Cebu got destroyed. So yeah, we're the one to feel it because I think his lab got
Dennis?
with the earthquake, because there was earthquake and then typhoon, so everything went to shambles.
Few days ago there was a earthquake in this place also.
Yeah. That's a, that's also the reason why some of the participants.
Which I
Yeah.
was also thinking to should I go or not. I read the guideline, everything, and I decided okay, let's go. You can share me some pictures, like if you clicked today.
This one, right?
Yeah. No?
Never.
Excuse me, I'm looking for your registration.
Yeah, so you should go on the floor 3.
Three.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
So
you.
the registration team is there. Thank you. This one. See, I told you.
Your mutual connection with Professor.
Professor you or maybe Philip also. So did you also join last year Movisec here?
Yeah.
Same here.
Last year.
So there are no professors from Taiwan this year. Fong Li Yu and that
Yeah,
from Asiana University.
I think I saw some Taiwan, but I think they went online. I'm not sure. But I
Because-
think maybe on
Because
Mobisa.
yeah, every year like they are the professor. Is there no Taiwan? So, where do you live in Seoul?
Yeah.
Okay.
Miyasaguri, have you been there?
No.
You were in Suncheon.
Yeah.
So you haven't visited Seoul in a while?
2-3 times.
Ah.
We visited E3, NRF, TIEST also, and me and Philip visited Seoul 2 times, and Korean Bible University also, where the professor Korean Bible, that's when Professor Yu was. So
He invited you.
yeah, we visited there because my PhD reviewer from that university, Professor Joshua.
I see. Let me message you also. Just to, did you receive?
Yes, plus 83. And you can say to Adi also, Adi can share if I forget, because Adi clicked a lot of picture from here also. Maybe tomorrow I will take a picture with you all Mobisec guys.
Yeah, we will.
Where is the award ceremony here?
For Mobisac, I think downstairs.
Yeah. Okay. For EBISION here?
No, I think they will. I'm not sure really.
Let's see. You are not going for lunch?
I will go after this. I will have to finish something.
Yeah, okay. Sorry for your taking time.
No, it's
Where is
fine.
it on the 31st floor, or where is the food?
Third floor. So you can just follow the registration.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. See you around. Second floor, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, so in this presentation, I'll be talking about a tool for learning about outdated software vulnerabilities. Okay, so in this presentation, I'll be talking about a tool for learning about outdated software vulnerabilities and end of life. And this work we combined with my colleagues. So the work was developed with the help. Okay, so in this presentation, I'll be talking about a tool for learning about outdated software vulnerabilities and end of life. And this work we combined with my colleagues. So the work was developed. And my name is MD Amarjaman, and my colleague Lin No and Ashik Buyan. We all are from Westchester University. This is a small university in Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now I'll begin. Okay, so in this Okay, so in this presentation, I'll be talking. Okay, so in this presentation, I'll be for learning about outdated software vulnerabilities and end of life. And this work we combined with my colleagues. So the work was developed with the help of three people. My name is MD Amarjaman, and my colleague Lin No and Ashik Buyan. We all are from Westchester University. This is a small university in Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now I'll begin the presentation. So what we have done in this work, this is a e-business system software, and it is resilience in terms of identifying outdated software, operating system, and install applications. And it works offline. While most e-business systems, they work online-based systems, but there is nothing basically to protect if there is something legacy software, legacy operating system, or software that can be vulnerable if you put them in online. So this was filling the gap on that. And this solution that we have developed, this is twofold. One is that scanner app that reads the information from those legacy computers, which is not connected to the internet. I'll talk about that why they're not connected to the internet. And then second part is that the summary app, which combines the software version and the name of the computer, different types of vulnerabilities, which is common vulnerability and exposure, CVE, some of you know about this. And end of life information. Both of them are vendor-based and they are publicly available. We combine this information together with summary app. So today I'll talk about the problem, then I'll talk about the solution, then I'll talk about the how we came up with this solution, and I'll also give you the example of an example and description of CBE, which is on the base of this work, and then I'll talk about the results and evaluation, and then finally I'll conclude this talk by talking about limitation and future. So what is outdated software? We know some of the softwares are not maintained and It could be operating system. Think about Windows XP, which is no longer supported by Microsoft, right? It is somewhere out there, but no longer supported. There is no patch, no fixes. It could be operating system, it could be antivirus, and problem is that sometimes we need this kind of computer to run lot, especially in the education. So that we really need to see how these things are working. There could be data that we could not transform into new system. We still have to run this because on that time maybe we need this information. So we're keeping them in somewhere locked room or back of the cabinet without having information. Well, why? Because these are vulnerable because they're outdated. But problem is that do we keep track of what are the information they have as they are not connected with the internet sorry endpoint configuration, then they are not going to be able to provide the information what they have, what kind of information and how vulnerable they are. So to do that we basically wanted to have a solution. There exists a solution which all of them work as internet-based systems, so they scan and they read your network and then find it. But for our case, this is not the case. We cannot connect them with the internet. Same thing. Another example is Landsweeper. This also works and it scans computer which is kindly connected to the internet. And again, I mentioned that our solution is for offline based computers. So what do we do? We wanted to combine how severe and how vulnerable this software or computers are. It can be the app, it can be the whole operating system. Like I mentioned, we wanted to know and how these things are working. So there is a database called Common Vulnerabilities and Exposure, which is short as a CVE, and there's another database called End of Life, which tracks of how long a software is going to be supported, when it was developed, and when it will go for the phase out. So these are the things basically wanted to combine, and so I'll show you how these things works. To and if you are aware of the CVE database, this is a vast database. This talks about pages and pages of information about a particular software, a version, and again, a single software
Check. Sound check. Sound check. Sound check. Sound check.
Okay, so
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I think it's almost time to start our section. And welcome to join this section. My name is Kunin Tsai from Donghai University, Taiwan. And in this session, we have 5 presentations. And the topic covers from cybersecurity and to ecosystem. So each presenter have at most 15 minutes to present your paper, and follow that we will have 3 minutes Q&A. So please be careful. We need to finish this section before 6 p.m. Okay. So let's start our first presentation. So the first paper is from Professor Chao Dongyang's team, but Professor Chao Dongyang cannot attend this conference due to his personal schedule. So he asked me to present this paper. Okay, so the first paper's title is Cost-Aligned AI for Fraud Detection, Federated Learning and Threshold Mapping under non-ID data. And this will address the major gap of federated learning detection, that is a challenge of non-ID distribution across banks and the branches. Here's today's outline. First, I will talk about the financial fraud detection and some key challenges. And then I will introduce the key idea of cost-aligned federated learning fraud detection. After that, I will give the description of the, I will give the external result and the conclusion. So let's start to look at what is financial fraud detection. The financial fraud detection refers to a set of methods and techniques used to identify malicious or abnormal transaction behaviors. And there are many forms of financial fraud, include unauthorized credit card use and large-scale transfer by fraudulence, and of course the account takeover and so on. So this event may not often happen, but once it happens, it may cause a serious problem. So normally, banks want a correct model to detect the fault, because every false positive case it may need the manual review. So fraud detection in financial service, it faces some key challenges in federated lending. First, data across bank or branch are typically non-independent and identical distributed, because each bank or branch has different custom behavior pattern. It may cause unstable model convergence and poor generalization. And the second, most model are based on curve-based metric. For example, there are the AURPC or F1 score, but this metric don't translate into operational flexibility. When deployed, a model may generate far more false positive cases per day than human reviewer can handle. So this distribution shift complicate the deployment of robust and reliable fraud detection model in real-world settings. The federated lending is a suitable training method that do not require exporting the original data. The key idea of this paper is cost-aligned evaluation and deployment pipeline. Instead of selecting threshold based on curve-based metrics, the decision thresholds are delivered from false positive per day. This ensures the model stays within operationally sustainable limits. The proposed method supports both expected and conservative threshold formulation. So we test the temporal robustness by applying the choosing threshold to out-of-time window. And this ensures the deployed model suitable for, it remains suitable when, even when the data shift over time. And this slide shows the complete threshold mapping process. First, it computes the false positive rate on a validation set across a range of candidate thresholds. Next, it converts the false positive rate into the expected number of FP per day. Based on the bank's transaction volume, then it applies the operational constraints. It selects the largest threshold tau, such that the expected the FP per day stay within a allowable limit, such as 200 cases per day. However, expected values alone may not be robust to the noise or peak peak traffic days. So it also computed a conservative threshold based on the 95 percentile of daily FP counts. And finally, it validate the threshold on the next time window to detect any rebound in false positive. The fraud detection is a binary classification task under federated lending. The global optimization objective is to minimize the weighted empirical risk with heterogeneous distribution. And each model outputs a fraud probability, and a threshold tau can be used to determine the binary prediction. And this framework, it uses the data set from a popular credit card data set. So it contains about 285,000 transactions over 2 days, with only 492 frauds. And this data set is highly unbalanced, but it is well suitable for realistic stress test. And this slide shows the simulating cross-bank heterogeneity in federated lending. So to mimic multiple banks with different customer behaviors and fraud pattern, the data set is partitioned using Dirichlet distribution. The Dirichlet alpha parameter controls the degree of heterogeneity across clients. When alpha is small, for example, 0.3, the data distribution becomes highly skewed. Some clients may receive a lot of fraud cases, while the others may receive none. But when the alpha is equal to 0.5, the distribution is still non-IID, but much balanced. And then next, I will briefly introduce the model architecture used in the experiment. The first is the logistic regression. It is a linear baseline model, and we apply L2 regression and balanced case weighted to handle imbalance in fraud detection. The second is the random forest. It is a nonlinear model capable of capturing complex feature interaction. By adjusting the number of trees and maximal dips, we control model complexity while maintaining express decision boundaries. And about neural network-based model, and the baseline is the multi-layer perceptron who with two hidden layer and one sigmoid output. And to address the non-ID data across clients, we modify the MLP. So the first one is the batch normalized MLP, BN MLP. So it adds the batch normalization layer after each hidden layer. This model is paired with the FedBN to reduce cross-client distribution shift. The second is the dropped MLP. It adds the dropout layer with rate 0.2 to 0.5 after each hidden layer. And this can improve the generalization and reduce overfitting. And here shows three class imbalance handle strategies. No adjustment as the baseline, and the class weighting using inverse class frequency, and the focal loss, which emphasize the hard to classify fraud cases. And this table shows baseline comparisons. As this table shows, the centralized model performs the best, and the local-only models performs worst. And the federated model, it falls in between. Among the federated method, FPBN performs the best trade-off, especially under non-ID conditions. Importantly, FP per day is very close to centralized result. The precision record curve shows the federated model outperforms local-only baseline, and the FPBN nearly match centralized training in the mid-record range. On the right, the figure shows the FPBN improve faster and more stable than the other two. And the communication cost is also an important factor in federal learning deployment. Logistic regression is extremely lightweight, and the BN MRP, even though it has more parameter than logistic regression, it reduces communication over multiple runs because it converts faster. Conclusions. This paper proposes a cost line federal learning framework for fraud detection. It addresses non-ID client distribution and use threshold mapping from FP per day. The experiment shows that FedBN and BNLP provide the best balance between accuracy, robustness, and operational flexibility. And the future will be extend the framework to large multi-bank data set, and also incorporate privacy preventing mechanism to enhance fraud detection. Okay, thank you for your listening. I will do my best to answer the question, but if some question I can answer, I will bring it back to Professor Yang. Okay. So any question? Okay, yes, please.
Thank you for your presentation. And what additional assumption or conditions are required when applying this framework in real-time interbank better rate learning environments?
Yeah. You mean the real-time?
Yes.
Real-time data.
Yes.
Okay. I think of course, for the federated learning, we need to collect data because the data of the, especially in the bank, the fault detection, we need to check the fault. And after we have the model, we can detect, we can use the threshold, right, to detect the AB case. So the time is, I think it's no problem after training. Yeah, so it can actually check out the real-time case problem. Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Great. We still have time. Okay, so any other questions? Okay, no. Okay, so let's move to the second paper. So the second paper, the title is Survey on Electric Vehicle Charging Stations, System and Security Perspective. And our presenter is Mr. Lee. Okay, let's welcome Mr. Lee's presentation.
So good afternoon. My name is Ho Seok-won. I'm from South Korea, Kookmin University. So my title of this paper is Toward a Zero Trust Architecture for 6G Enabled E-Business Ecosystem. So basically my studies are currently a preliminary studies, and the reason why we actually started these studies is that so our country's cybersecurity is currently under attack. So 9 out of 12 months we had suffered with major cyber attacks. The three of which are quite severe. So first one is SKT, which is our mobile network, biggest mobile network operators were breached with all the information of their customers, and also the KT, and the biggest e-commerce company, Coupang, was also breached by the insiders. So KT was attacked by something called the fake base station, and the SKTs, they were attacked with malicious code, but the way it was attacked is that once the one server was infected with malicious code, then it started to affect the other servers, and it spread it into the core of the network servers. And also, the Coupang was actually attacked by the insider, which was know well of their securities. So the basic core questions arise by these attacks was, how are we going to defend the attack from the inside element? Because so far as KT is, so fake base station is still a base station which has to be considered as one of the core inside network. But how are we gonna defend if one of those inside base stations become rogue? And also the SKT, so one of the inside server was infected, and that is starting to affect the other clean servers. Also the Coupang, which was actually the attack from the insider. So one of the core solutions were to never trust, always verify. So that's why I started to study about the research about the zero trust architecture for a 6G enabled e-business ecosystem. So one of the biggest and well-known specification for the zero trust architecture is a NIST SP 800-207. So if I could abstract that paper into just that document into just one sentence, is that zero trust is a term for an evolving set of cybersecurity paradigm that move defense from static network-based parameter to focus on users, assets, and the resources. So if I could just practically explain that sentence, it means that even this user is authorized to use specific resources. If the user has not used it for a long time, it requires a new verification. So in order to enforce this kind of policies, we need to not just actually authenticate once, we have to do the monitoring of the user's actions and the histories. So the history of this zero trust is that zero trust is a response to enterprise network trends that include remote users, bring your own device, and cloud-based assets that are not located within enterprise-owned network boundaries. So zero trust is originally designed for human access control. So to use it on 5G or 6G, it may require a different approach. So this is our start of a research. So this document actually provides a basic architecture for the Zero Trust. So Zero Trust is actually consists of 4 parts, which is first called entity, the second is policy decision point, and the third is policy enforcement point. Last is resource. So if you could change those change those parts to the questions that arises to design a 6G architecture for Zero Trust, is that who are we going to verify, and with what are we going to verify, what are we going to enforce, which is equivalent to what kind of actions that we're going to take if one of the entities went rogue. And the last is what are we going to protect and how small. So the last one is actually quite important. So resources, that resource in the Zero Trust is actually consists of data, applications, services, devices, and network components. So are we going to actually re-authenticate every users every time that that users request a 1 bit of data or a 1 API call or a 1 hour of using time? So that has to be considered depending on the domains. And one of the quite interesting sentences that are in this document is also that to lessen uncertainties as they cannot be eliminated. So they accept that there are no such thing as perfect Zero Trust. The focus is on authentication, authorization, and shrinking implicit trust zones while maintaining availability and minimizing temporal delays and authentication mechanisms. So the biggest branch of Zero Trust considerations are considerations for Zero Trust. How are we going to actually make Zero Trust architecture? And the second thing is actually consideration because of Zero Trust. So latencies or the availability of this environment will completely change because of a Zero Trust. So based on these 2 questions, what we need to actually ask is, what does 3GPP has to say about Zero Trust? So there are 2 documents that are currently related to a Zero Trust from the 3GPP. So the first thing is technical report 33.784, which is analysis of 5G core based on Zero Trust's 7 tenets, which is like a 7 core philosophy behind Zero Trust. They evaluate whether their 5G core specifications are compliant to those Zero Trust 7 tenets based on these specifications. And the second document is technical report 33.794, which is identified limits and how can it be resolved for 5G specifications. So about this, the first document, which is technical report 33.894, so they went through 7 tenets of this document and they evaluate those tenants, the 5G's specifications based on their tenets. So they divide which are fully compliant and which has to be resolved. So the first description of the 7 tenets are, first thing is a resource. So all data sources and computing resources are considered resources. So not just data, but also the computing, the hardware or the software itself could be called a resource in the Zero Trust architecture. And what does 3GPP have to say about that tenant is that since they have actually divided all the network components to a network function, their 5G specifications are fully compliant to this NIST guideline. So what they're saying is that each network functions could be act as a smallest component to divide a resource. So if one entities are authorized to use one specific network functions, then it doesn't have to be actually be re-authenticated to use that network function, but it has to be re-authenticated if they're going to use the another network function. So the second tenant is a secured communication. All communication is secured regardless of network locations. So the thing is, every communication has to be secure, and 3GPP guides the network providers to use IPsec and TLS to all the network components, so they're saying it is fully compliant. And the third is access granularity. So it says that it's basically similar with the second tenant, but it is more like approaches deeper into the core philosophy of Zero Trust. So it says it has to authenticate every session, and what 3GPP has to say is, since they are using the TLS, it will re-authenticate every session, so it is fully compliant. However, the tenant 4, resource access. So if the TLS or all the network authentications are fully done, then after that, it doesn't actually do a additional analyzation or the resource constraint. So that has to be fixed to compliant with the fourth tenant. And the sixth tenant is a access security, which is similar with the fourth tenant, and it also repeats the security monitoring has to be enforced in be improved in the 5G architecture. And the tenant 5 and tenant 7 are similar, which is, so there are no guidelines to actually guide network operators how they can actually dynamically monitor and determine whether these actions are valid or anomaly. So what they're saying is that 3GPP specification has to be more open to those dynamic analysis and the actions. So this is the first technical report, which is 33.894. The second technical report is 33.794, which is guides the limitations and the solutions. So they say there are two issues on 5G core for the Zero Trust architecture, which is the first one is data exposure for security evaluations and network monitoring. So it's basically saying which network function will share what kind of data to who. That is not defined. Second issue is security mechanism for policy enforcement at the 5G SBA. So which network function will enforce the policy to other network function which is in the same level, new or NRF, which is called the network relations functions. So they have like 12 solutions, but one of which is quite top priority to the Zero Trust is that solution 5 and solution 7.8, which is log counter collections and API risk detections. However, what they actually does is they focus on adding a API or a specific function in the existing 5G architecture, which is what we say is not enough. So I have analyzed this current Zero Trust architecture in a 5G core, which is 3GPP technical report, which is very leading in the Zero Trust architecture. However, what we found out is not enough because there are limitations are very firm. So current discussions are mainly focused on how Zero Trust can be implemented in the 5G core. But it doesn't actually consider how that Zero Trust architecture could affect the 5G or 6G network. And the second one is the most important one because what kind of actions could be taken is missing. So if we think about what I mentioned in the first time is that Zero Trust architectures are mainly developed for authenticating the users. So when we think of actually authenticating a user on our phone, on our Google, is that when our token is expired, they make us authenticate based on the password. And if our ID and the password is not trustworthy enough, they actually send some kind of data to a trusted device and make sure if that device that user has the device. So there are some kind of level of trust, which is device is the highest, and then the certificate, TLS, then the token. So the thing is, what could be a level of trust in the network function that we can rely on to actually re-authenticate and re-verify is missing in current discussions. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentation. I'd like to hear your opinion. What are three of the critical threats in these environments?
So you mean by the element 5G core, are you asking?
Yes.
So one of the, I would say, top, which is identified attacks are actually fake base station, which is quite easily implemented with a chip devices. And so the base is that mobile network has a limitations because there are limitation based on because it's wireless. So there could be no specific authentication between the end device and the base station. That part which is the most vulnerable. However, even in the inside core where all the network functions are actually open as a service-based architecture, how can we determine the one network function is abnormal or not? That's the second threat, I think. And the third is that it's the MNO itself, mobile network itself, because the thing about mobile network is that QoS is the most important. And the thing is MNO doesn't actually use the security technology which exists that can prevent those attacks, but they don't. So I think so wireless and one of the cloud technology and the MNO itself are the three components that are actually threatening the mobile network environment. Thank you.
This not to my table. Hello everyone. My name is Subang Lee from Gyeongsang National University in Korea, and today I will present our survey on electric vehicle charging stations, system and security perspectives. And this is the structure of my presentation. First, I will explain the motivation, meaning why EVCS has become a critical topic. And then I will briefly introduce the EVCS architecture and major standards. After that, I will move to the system perspective and the security perspective. Finally, I will highlight why system and security should be considered together, and I will conclude with future research directions. Motivations. The global transition from internal combustion vehicles to electric vehicle is accelerating. In this transition,
Charging infrastructure become a key factor for large-scale adoption. However, public charging is still not consistently reliable. In practice, users face real friction. Chargers may be unavailable or out of service, and the service can vary a lot across operators. At the same time, ABCS is not only a user-facing service, it directly interacts with the power grid. So EBCS acts as a sensitive interface between transportation demand and power operations. For this reason, EBCS should be studied as cyber-physical infrastructures, not merely as standalone charging equipment. EBCS face two broad categories of challenges. First, the system side. The fast and ultra-fast charging can place heavy load on the grid. Interoperability is also a real issue because deployments involves different vendors and implementations, and the cost of deployment and operation remains significant. Second, the security side. EBCS is network connected and software driven, so it has a large attack surface. Attackers can target protocols, backend system, and management interfaces. Most importantly, these two sides are linked. System features can introduce security risk if protection is not designed in. A typical example is advanced control, including bidirectional operation like V2G. However, many studies still treat system optimization and security separately. So in this survey, we integrate both perspective and organize the research landscape accordingly. Before discussing the details, I will briefly summarize the basic architecture. EBCS commonly relies on two major communication links. First, the communication link between the vehicle and the charger is standardized by ISO 15118. This link supports charging negotiation and, in some settings, plug and charge functionalities. Second, the communication between the charger and backend is typically handled by OCPP, the Open Charge Point Protocol. This link supports authorization, session management, and monitoring and operational control. So the overchain is the vehicle to charger link and the charger to backend links. So they matter for performance, and they also become a key point of security risk. From the viewpoint, an EV charging station is not a standalone device. It is part of a larger and multi-layered ecosystem that connects transportation demand with the distributed grid. That creates a clear tension. Driver wants fast and always available charging. So system look at how to balance performance and reliability. In the literature, recurring topics include power quality issues such as harmonics and power factor, and also demand uncertainty. Another practical challenge is interoperability, because real deployment involves different vendors, standards, and operator environments. Overall, the system perspective focuses on designing EVCS so it scales smoothly while still maintaining grid stability. And EBC spans a wide range of configurations, including AC and DC charging, on-grid and off-grid setups, hybrid architectures, and in some regions, battery swapping. Fast and ultra-fast charging improves usability, but it also increases stress on the grid because large power is drawn over short time windows. At the same time, bidirectional operation such as V2G and V2H is gaining attention. In this case, EVs can act like a distributed storage, and charging station can function as energy hubs. To manage these power flows, the literature has explored smarter scheduling and AI-based energy management. For example, some studies use ANN-based controllers to coordinate power among PV, storage, the grid, and EV charging demand. Now let's move to the security perspective. Because EVCS is network connected and software controlled, it exposes a broad attack surface. And since it is a cyber physical system, cyber incidents can also lead to physical impact. In the literature, one common category is charging manipulation. If attacker can alter charging parameters, they can affect billing integrity and user trust. At scale, coordinated manipulation may also influence load patterns. Another important category is coordinated disruption, including DDoS-style behavior. The concern is not only service availability, but also the potential for broader operational impact when many chargers are affected at the same time. In addition, classic threats still matter, such as false data injection, man-in-the-middle attacks on communication links, malware in backend system, and unauthorized access to management consoles. So overall, security research focuses on realistic threat modeling and deployable defense under operational constraints. A major direction is applying ML to intrusion detection and anomaly detection for EVCS traffic and operational behavior. Some studies explore lightweight detection, including tiny ML approaches to enable local monitoring under limited device resource. Others explore federated learning, mainly to address privacy and data sharing constraints across operators by sharing model updates instead of raw data. Because protocols such as OCPP generate sequential traffic, time series modeling is also common. And due to limited real-world data sets, transfer learning is sometimes used to adapt pre-trained model to EVCS scenarios. At the same time, the literature repeatedly highlights the practical challenges, especially limited real data, heterogeneous environments, and strategic resource constraints. So deployment-ready evaluation remains a key open issue. This brings me to the integration of system and security. If we optimize only system performance, we may introduce security vulnerabilities. And if we focus only on security, we may propose defense that are too expensive or disruptive to deploy. Therefore, the key requirement is co-design. System control should be designed with adversarial control conditions in mind, and security mechanisms should be aligned with operational constraints. Bidirectional control is a useful example. V2G can improve efficiency and grid balancing. But if control channels are compromised, the same mechanism can be leveraged as an attack tool. For this reason, the survey emphasized integrated frameworks where control, monitoring, and intrusion detection are designed as one coherent architecture rather than separated add-ons. Based on the surveyed literature, several future directions stand out. First, the field needs realistic data sets from actual deployment. Without empirical data, it is difficult to validate threat models and evaluate defense under practical conditions. Second, research should move beyond isolated algorithms toward integrated end-to-end architectures that combine power management with security mechanisms. Third, we should evaluate defenses under mixed and coordinated attacks. Real attackers combine methods and they exploited scale and timing. Fourth, non-technical constraints should be incorporated, including standardization, regulation, incentives, and economics, because these factors strongly affect deployability. And finally, more work is needed on deployable evaluation, such as realistic testbed, pilots, and operational studies. Let me conclude. This survey reviewed EV charging stations as cyber-physical infrastructures from both the system and security perspective. On the system side, the main challenge is to provide fast and reliable charging while maintaining grid stability under uncertain demand and heterogeneous deployment. On the security side, EVCS expose a broad attack surface through protocols and interconnected components. We review the threats such as manipulation, coordinated disruption, first data injection, and interception, and summarize AI-driven detection approaches proposed in recent work. The key takeaway is that system design and security cannot be separated in the real deployment. Future work should focus on integrated frameworks that co-design power management and security. Thank you for your attention. I will be happy to any question.
Okay, thank you for your insightful presentation. So now we have some time for comment or questions. Do we have? Okay, please.
Thank you for your presentation.
Yep.
And in your presentation, say two standard protocol, right?
Yep. ISO and
So,
OCPP.
Simple question: which one more important security?
It depends on the attacker's model. ISO 15118 is critical for EV chargers, authentication, and session negotiation, while OCPP is critical because backend side compromise can affect many chargers at scale. In practice, both interface deserve strong prediction. Yeah.
Okay. I have one more question.
Yeah.
You integrate the system with the security issue, right? And I check your PowerPoint. I can see the AI-based security, right? How do you think? What is the major challenge to integrate such kind of power management system and the AI-based security model? What is the major challenge?
May I confirm that your question?
So okay, you point that in your perspective you can combine, you integrate the power management system and with the AI-driven security model, right? Maybe.
GUN?
Yes. Yeah, the integration. Yeah. So, what is the key challenge of building such kind of system?
Well, especially A model is significant for this question, maybe, and AI security and some efficient system will be development. So we,
I think maybe.
Yep.
Because I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Maybe you point. I guess is maybe resource reason or latency or something else. Yeah, maybe I guess. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Let's think again for our speaker. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we can move to our next presentation. So the next is beyond RSRP, UE site detection of multi-stage fact-based station attack through NSRC layer in 5G network. And the presenter is Ms. Yu. Okay, let's welcome Ms. Yu's presentation.
Hello, I am Choi Yu from Kookmin University.
I will now present on the paper titled Beyond RSRP UE Site Detection of Multi-Stage Fake Base Station Attacks Through NAS and RRC Layer in 5G Networks. The presentation will proceed in the following order. First, I will begin with the introduction to explain the background and necessity of this research. Next, I will describe the testbed setup and the experimental results based on actual attack scenario. Finally, I will conclude with the conclusions. First, I will explain the handover procedure. Initially, the UE measures the RSRP using the broadcast signal from neighboring base station. When the UE identifies a base station with a stronger signal in the RRC connected state, it sends a measurement report to the source DU. Next, the source DU forwards this signal information and the UE contacts to the CU through the UE measurement information message. Based on this data, the CU makes the handover decision and selects the appropriate target DU. Finally, the CU sends an RRC reconfiguration message which serves as the handover command back to the UE. The process concludes when the UE sends the RRC reconfiguration complete message to the target DU, establishing a new connection. Attacker exploit this process. Attacker use a fake base station to intentionally transmit a stronger RSRP signal than the legitimate base station. In this attack scenario, the fake base station effectively acts as the target DU seen in the previous slide. When the UE report this manipulated stronger signal, the CU annulling selects the FBS as the handover target during the handover decision. Consequently, the network commands the UE to hand over to the attacker. As a result, the UE disconnects from the secure network and establishes a connection with the first base station. Because of this, most existing detection methods rely on RSRP value. However, as shown in the figure, if the fake base station sends out a similar signal level to the normal one, or is located in an overlap zone, the UE cannot tell which one is real. It is impossible to distinguish them using only signal strength. This is a major limitation. After the handover, the fake base station performs various attacks using RRC and NAS signaling message. Therefore, in this study, we focus on the protocol data of the RRC and NAS layer, not just the physical signal strength. We use a routed UE to collect and analyze the signaling behavior at the packet level. By comparing the detection rates, we show the limitation of previous study. We also aim to prove why our proposed method is necessary and effective. Next, let me introduce our testbed setup. For this study, we collected the data ourselves to create a custom data set. We use a OnePlus 9 Pro 5G smartphone as the UE. To build both the normal and log base station, we use SDR hardware and SRS RAN software. Finally, we set up the core network for both 4G and 5G using Open5Gs. For the configuration, the fake base station uses PCI 3 and 4, while the normal base station uses PCI 1 and 2. Regarding the RSRP range, the normal base station ranges from -139.6 -7 to -59.6 dBm. And the fake base station range from -134.9 to -63.6 dBm. Here are the details of our data set. As you can see, the RSRP values for both normal and fake base station overlap between -125 dBm and -19 dBm. About 50 to 20% of the fake sample fall into this overlap zone. We collected a total of 80,083 samples. About 74% of them are fake base station data. For time series analysis, we set the window size or sequence length to 20. For the learning method, we use novelty detection. We train the model only one normal data. If a different pattern appears, it is flagged as an attack. For our data set, we reproduce 3 types of attacks: IMSI catching, TAU reject, and attach reject. Let me explain IMSI catching first. When the UE tries to connect to the fake base station, the attacker sends an identity request message. This happens before the connection is encrypted. So the UE replies with its unique ID to the IMSI in plain text. The attacker intercepts this ID to identify or track the user. Both TAU reject and attach reject are type of those attacks. First, let's look at TAU reject. When the UE sends on tracking area update to report its location, the fake base station intentionally sends back a reject message. Because of this, the UE gets blocked from the network. Similarly, in attach or else reject attacks, the attacker repeatedly sends failure message when the UE tries to connect or authenticate. This traps the UE in a loop or continuously failures. Based on this attack scenario, we select specific feature for our AI model. First, the RSRP dataset focus on physical signal characteristic. As you can see on the slide, we use RSRP, RSRQ, and SINR. They simply measure the signal strength and quality in the physical layer. Second, the RRC dataset focus on connection management. During attacks, we often see abnormal disconnection or repeatedly handovers. To detect this, we chose key features like release cost, establishment cost, and connection state. These features show exactly how the UE connects to and disconnects from the base station. Finally, for the NAS dataset, we selected more features than in other layers. This is because the NAS layer contains the most critical packets from our attack scenario. As I explained, attacks like IMSI catching and connection reject happen entirely through NAS message. To detect this, we use feature and describe the attack pattern in detail. Examples include reject cost, message type, and request counts. Next, let me explain the data preprocessing and modeling process. First, for preprocessing, we label the data with 0 and 1. 0 means normal and 1 means attack. By labeling the data this way, we prepared it for supervised learning. Then we fed this feature sequence into deep learning model like LSTM, GRU, and CNN. These models are excellent for analyzing pattern over time. They determine whether the current situation is normal or a fake base station attack. Now, let's look at the experimental results. We use two key metrics, accuracy and F1 score. In security system, balance is essential. We need to catch actual attacks without causing false alarm. That is why we focus on the F1 score. Please, the orange bar shows the existing RSRP method. It remained around 80% for both metrics. On the other hand, look at the green and blue bar, which are our proposed method. They achieve score between 95 and 98%. This proves that our protocol-based detection is much more precise and reliable than the physical signal method. Finally, we would like to conclude with a summary of our study. We identified the structural limitation of existing words that relies on RSRP. To address this, we validated a new method using RRC and NAS protocol data. Proving that sequence level analysis is highly effective for identifying multi-stage attacks. Consequently, our key contribution is proposing a practical UESI detection approach that works independently without network modification. This will significantly enhance security in mobile e-business environments by protecting user authentication and transaction integrity. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you for a great talk. And please feel free if you have any question. Okay, please.
So you have shown that using the NAS and RRC data is better to detect false base station. Am I understanding correctly?
Yes.
Is there a limitations to accessing those data? I mean, what I'm saying is that RSRP is, based on what I know, is easier to access, but is NAS and RRC data also easy to access on the mobile device?
This study's contribution is to validate the FPS more specific. So, can you repeat? Okay.
So, is accessing NAS and RRC data easy, like accessing RSRP data? That's my question.
I think there is an easy way. I think so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, please.
Thank you for your presentation. So I understand that the UE starts RIC ID state regime, and this is derivation of RIC key after 5G primary authentication. So what procedure does FBS specifically exploit in this section to establish an attack?
You ask me when is the FBS attack point?
Yes.
Yes.
In after 5 primary authentication.
the FPS attacks, some FPS attack is start before the 5G authentication procedure. So we or 4G networks. So we reply.
Okay, so FPS attached before the 5G primary authentication?
Oh yes.
Thank you.
Okay, due to the time schedule, so we need to move to our next presentation. So let's stand again our presentation. Thank you. Okay, so if you have other questions, would like to talk with our speakers, you can discuss after this section. Okay. Okay. Now we move to our final presentation. The speaker is online or not? The speaker is online? Already. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, the final paper for this section is a tool for learning about outdated software vulnerabilities and end of life. So we welcome our speaker. So here will be the pre-recorded video, right? Okay, how?
Yeah, if you play the video, then I can answer the questions if
okay.
anybody has any.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so in this presentation, I'll be talking about a tool for learning about outdated software, vulnerabilities, and end of life. And this work we combined with my colleagues. So the work was developed with the help of 3 people. And my name is MD Amarjaman, and my colleague Lin No and Ashik Buyan. We all are from Westchester University. This is a small university in Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now I'll begin the presentation. So what we have done in this work, this is a e-business system software, and it is resilience in terms of identifying outdated software, operating system, and install applications, and it works offline. While most EBIS system, they work online-based systems, but there is nothing basically help to protect if there is something legacy software, legacy operating system, or software that can be vulnerable if you put them in online. So this was filling the gap on that. And this solution that we have developed, this is twofold. One is that scanner app that reads the information from those legacy computers, which is not connected to the internet.
Would it be easier if I present it now? I don't mind.
Okay, so okay, so in this presentation, I'll be talking about a tool for learning about outdated software, vulnerabilities, and end of life. And this work we combined with my colleagues. So the work was developed with the help of 3 people. And my name is MD Amarjaman, and my colleague Lin No and Ashik Buyan. We all are from Westchester University. This is a small university in Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now I'll begin the presentation. So what we have done in this work, this is a e-business system software, and it is resilience in terms of identifying outdated software, operating system, and install applications, and it works offline. While most EBIS system, they work online-based systems, but there is nothing basically help to protect if there is something legacy software, legacy operating system, or software that can be vulnerable if you put them in online. So this was filling the gap on that. And this solution that we have developed, this is twofold. One is that scanner app that reads the information from those legacy computers, which is not connected to the internet. I'll talk about that why they're not connected in the internet. And then second part is that the summary app, which combines the software version and the name of the computer, different types of vulnerabilities, which is common vulnerability and exposure, CVE, some of you know about this, and end of life information. Both of them are vendor based and they are publicly available. We combine this information together with summary app. So today's presentation, the outline of this presentation, I'll talk about the problem, then I'll talk about the solution, then I'll talk about the how we came up with this solution, and I'll also give you the example of an example and description of CBE, which is on the base of this work, and then I'll talk about the results and evaluation, and then finally I'll conclude this talk by talking about limitation and future work. So what is outdated software? We know some of the softwares are not maintained and provided support by the vendor. It could be operating system. Think about Windows XP, which is no longer supported by Microsoft, right? It is somewhere out there, but no longer supported. And there is no patch, no fixes. It could be operating system, it could be antivirus. And problem is that sometimes we need this kind of computer to run. Why? Especially in the education sector or any kind of business sectors, because there may be some software or software that we really need to see how these things are working. There could be data that we could not transform into newer system. We still have to run this because back time to time, maybe we need this information. So we're keeping them in somewhere locked room or back of the cabinet without having internet connection. Well, why? Because these are vulnerable, because they're outdated. But problem is that do we keep track of what are the information they have, as they are not connected with the internet for endpoint configuration, then they are not going to be able to provide the information what they have, what kind of information, and how vulnerable they are. So to do that, we basically wanted to have a solution. The existing solution, which all of them work as internet-based systems, so they scan and they read your network and then find it. But for our case, this is not the case. We cannot connect them in with the internet. Same thing, another example is LAN sweeper. This also works and scans computer, which is kindly connected to the internet. And again, I mentioned that our solution is for offline based computers. So what do we do? We wanted to combine how severe and how vulnerable this software or computers are. It can be the app, it can be the whole operating system, like I mentioned. We wanted to know and how these things are working. So there is a database called Common Vulnerabilities and Exposure, which is short as a CVE. And there's another database called End of Life, which tracks of how long a software is going to be supported, when it was developed, and when it will go for the phase out. So these are the things basically we wanted to combine, and so I'll show you how these things works. And if you are aware of the CVE database, this is a vast database. This talks about pages and pages of information about a particular software, a version, and again, a single software may have multiple vulnerabilities. So this is a lot of information. We wanted to make sure that in terms of business executives, they can get a summary of these vulnerabilities. They understand the severity of these vulnerabilities rather than reading pages and pages. Of course, they have the option to read that, but we also wanted to provide a quick summary of that. So solution I mentioned, this is a twofold. First fold is that a scanner app, and second fold is a summary app. So the scanner app we develop is a console-based app. This goes and reads information from your computer, which doesn't need to be online for sure. It doesn't need to be connected to the internet, to be specific. And then the summary app, this will provide the summary to executive, as I mentioned. This is a Python-based app. The reason for choosing all this is free versions, right? Python, MySQL, HTML, CSS, JavaScript to make it fancier. And the console app we developed with the Java, just because of the portability. It does work in multiple platforms. So we wanted to make sure that we develop something that can work in any environment. So that was the goal. So how we thought about the solution? The solution is faced into three phases mainly. One is that we have this outdated computer, we have this scanner, it goes there, it scans this information, prepares a report. That report's the first phase is done. It goes then to the second phase is the summary of it. We upload it and it goes to database. It combines that information with the end of life. I'll show you an example and vulnerability information. And then it creates the key terms for each of those information, all that information we have read. Then we use a machine learning approach, TF-IDF, this to summarize and find out the important words. And finally, it helps us to go to the third phase, which is the summary for the executive. And this depends on the TF-IDF values. So how we are reading this? Our scanner reads and gives an ID for each computer. There is a unique ID and looks like this. And of course, it reads the computer name. So for the user perspective, they will get to see the computer name, not the ID. This is for our maintenance purpose, how we want to track unique computers. And then also it reads the operating system name. And for example, this case was Windows 10 Home, and also we read the version of this. And you can see the version is 10.0.19045. Then we go back and find that information in the end of life. End of life has an API. We use this API to combine this. And as you can see, end of life also has the version information. So they tie them together. We tie them together with this to our scanned information and the end of life. In here, you can see end of life also has the full name of the cycle. It says 10 and version of 22H, H2E. Release date, it keeps the release date. It provides the support date, and it also talks about the end of life. And together, we also kept the information from the vendor that provided this information. So as you can see. Then we go to the CV database, Common Vulnerability Exposure Database, which also has the information about the version, as you can see, I highlighted in here. This also have information about that when it was first published, when it was the last modified, and how in terms of vulnerabilities, is it analyzed or is it just reported, how it is. We also read the information as a CVAD, and not just CBAT, you also take the CBT score. This CBAT is low, medium, and high. In general, anything above 6 is high. In this case, you can see 7.1 score. We also wanted to get the value. So if user want to see that, they can to understand how bad it is. One other thing that we have noticed that some CVEs are nested, and one CVE may also refer back to multiple other CVEs. So in that case, we have to also combine them. So to do that, we use a regex to find how those CVE we can read, and then finally we can ask our summary app to go fetch those information back to the system. So in here, I'm showing you example of multiple CVEs, and there are different types of CVE that talking about similar kind of thing, and they were connected together. What we did is each CVE we treat as a document. In here, you can see multiple documents we have considered, and together they are providing a bigger document which belong to a particular operating system or application based on the version number, as I mentioned. These are some examples that what we thought about doing. Then finally, we create a text, which is basically concatenation of all those documents belong to a particular version, particular app. And as we combine them, this is what it looks like. It basically more than that. Then after that, we tokenize them. And the token is probably you start getting the idea why you're tokenizing is because we want to pass this through the TF-IDF algorithm to have importance values. So what we are doing in here, we have those tokens, then we put them into the table to have the term frequency, which is the number of terms they have appeared. And for example, in here, Windows appeared 5 times, server appeared 1 time, gold, and all those things. So just an example. Then we get the inverse frequency based and of that to get the value. And then if we combine that information with together with the TF-IDF, then we get that kind of score. And this score you can use to as a threshold. Sometimes you can pick up the important information, or you can ignore some of those. In here, I was going to show you that if it is the full text and we found this particular text is more important, then that could go in our summary text. So that's how we basically kept this and prepared the executive summary. This is an example of the summary app, how it looks like. Mind it, I just want to make sure you understand one of the important part in here as for the e-business. This is important that we only allow this to authorized users. So access control is a big deal. So we took care of that one. User has to log in, and once they done, if they're inactive, this will log out automatically, or user will have the chance to log out as well. So in here, I'm showing the computer name because that's what basically matters to the user. Also the name of the operating system and the version of the operating system, and then number of apps they have installed there, different types of apps in here, Adobe Acrobat, and different examples I'm showing in here, and their versions. For the particular operating system, they can go each individual of these apps to dig deeper. But if they want to get the idea of the operating system, they also immediately get the information about the end of life. Here, it's talking about the green part means that it's still valid. Red part is that it's expired. We are no longer in the term where it is. As you can see, release was long time ago, and the support will continue up to 2027, and the life will end in 2032. We quickly provide the summary, and the summary is talking about that what basically vulnerabilities they have and how those things are happening. And they can also go back to list of operating system, list of computers, and so on and so forth. Now I'll talk about the evaluation. This when we develop this app, and this is a twofold. I mentioned the scanner app and then the summary app. For each of them, we develop units. We have functions. We have methods that they're playing in important and yet a specific task. So we develop the unit test to test each of those modules, and we made sure that they are passing before we integrate. Similarly, for the summary app, we check individual units by checking if the file type was supported, saving the information. We can do that. If we read the information, can read it. If we want to insert more information, can we do that? If we want to delete something, can we do that? And can they read the CV information? Can they read the UL information, end of life information, and can they provide the summary? So we checked all of those. Finally, we also wanted to see if we can combine this and to integrate with the database, and everything can be talking to each other how we want it. So integration test was done as well. So for example, login, user database, inserting and scanning information, list of all computers, providing the details of the specific computers, download the CV database and save that as a JSON file. So everything was combined that way. But yet there are some limitations of our work, as I should admit in here. But we have some ways that we basically can continue. One of the things that we have done, the whole experiment was done in virtual boxes, because as you know that a lot of these computers are not really available. We were able to collect some of these operating systems. Mainly we focused on Windows-based operating system. We had some Mac OS as well, and Ubuntu for the Linux-based system. But of course, it would be a good idea to expand this to some other Linux versions as well. So these were some other things. CV, I mentioned when I was talking about CV. CV is also guided by what kind of language they are found and reported and analyzed. There are multiple languages, of course, there. It can be English, it can be Spanish, it can be Chinese, Japanese, Korean, any other language you can think of. But mainly all these major languages, like I mentioned, the Japanese, Korean, Chinese language. There are a lot of those are available. In terms of the CB, we only collected up to 10 CB for the because it was taking time, we could also go back maybe, but for this simulation, we wanted to only collect up to 10. So how do we basically address this in the future work? First of all, we probably allow user to adjust the how many users can be looking at this information, how users can see how many CVs they want to read, and they can adjust that information if they want. And of course, we also want to provide the information that they can switch between languages if users are from different languages or prefer or maybe have different operating system with different language and so on and so forth. So they should be able to find that, which is already there. It just need to be incorporated with our system. And the third is that instead of testing everything in the virtual machines, maybe we can test that in the actual machines. That way we know exactly how things are. Sometimes virtual machines are controlled, may not provide exact information or not as severe information. So we also want to go back and pick up some actual machines instead of the virtual environment. And all of those things, as I mentioned, that also tested in the virtual environment. So we also want to test everything in actual environment as well. So this would be our goal. And I want to thank you all for watching this presentation. And now I'm looking forward to receiving your feedback. Any questions you may have, I'll be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you for sharing your visible research result for us. And due to the stretch time, and so we can only open one question. Any question? Okay, no, I think it's almost the end of this section. So if you have other question, please email to our speaker. Okay, thank you. Okay. I think it's almost 6 o'clock, so now we should finish this section. So once again, I would like to thank you all for joining this section, and especially our excellent speaker. Thank you for your presentation. So now we just close this section and enjoy your dinner. Thank you.